Hello! Happy Tuesday! We are back in Pyanodons. We've got a train is stuck alert that we will check on in a moment. Before we get started, I want to see real quick. What are we at? 474 hours, 47 minutes, and 38 seconds. And I believe this is episode 97. Oh, okay, that's bad. We're pausing the game real quick while I talk. I was kind of hoping we would line up 500 hours with episode 100, but I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think I'm doing 25 hours in 3 episodes. So that's fine. That means we'll see where we get close to 100, but I do want to do some kind of 500-hour special episode. I was kind of flip-flopping on whether I wanted to do a special for 100 episodes or a special for 500 hours. But I think I'm going to do 500 hours. So in a couple more episodes, when I have a better idea of how close we are to that, I will make that as an announcement, although I'm worried that's going to line up with like the Tuesday of Christmas week. So maybe we'll do a belated special stream in the new year. Not sure yet. I'll think about that some more. All right, I want to post the stream link on the Pi Discord, and then we'll figure out what's wrong with animal management and why things are backing up. Alright, I have spammed my stuff. Let's go silence this alarm, because that's going to be real annoying. Ooh, we got a bio-crud. Okay. Volume off. But just one. And I don't see anything backed up. That's a bad sign. Usually when this breaks, it breaks... Oh no, we're backed up. Okay. Yep. There's our backup. We're backed up on... We're fully saturated on meat. Okay. Yeah, that's bad. Alright. Apparently I don't have a meat void, which seems weird, but I guess that's our first task for today, is figuring out a meat void, because we are definitely broken there. Yeah, let's flip over to YAFC real quick, and... Yeah, I don't have a meat void. Okay. So... How do I void meat? Meat to tin ore. I really don't need any more tin ore, I don't think. And that's like it. Alright, so this is the problem. Is there isn't really a use for meat right now. I'm feeding it to my Digosaurs already, by the way. There's nothing I can do about that. So yeah, I could start turning it into xenogenic cells, just so I have them. Although that... is not necessarily... Well, I do need these for Moss Mark II. Apparently. So we should probably set this up anyway at some point, but I don't think it's what we're going to do for a meat void. It seems like my plan had been if we look at what I actually have built down here, like this is clearly a, the plan is that we're just gonna let it decay, right? And like, yes, it decays. We have stacks every, I don't know, a couple in 5 minutes, some in 10, 15 minutes, some down here in 3 minutes, 7 minutes, 7 minutes. So like every few minutes we're decaying meat. But it's not we don't have enough storage space for the amount of meat we have relative to how quickly it decays. And I can fix that with more warehouses. Like, it's absolutely an option to fix this with more warehouses. I don't want to do that. I'm surprised there isn't, like, a meat compost. I can't compost meat. I can't... Yeah, none of this looks soon. Scrondrix. I don't know when Scrondrixes are. But yeah, pretty much the option seems to be the xenogenic cells. Which, like, we can totally do, right? We can set up meat to xenogenic cells and treat that as our meat void, and then find a use for xenogenic cells, right? Because those get upgraded to the stem cells, and then I can use those to make other things that I need, right? We can get brains and lard and whatever else. We could start setting up bioprinters, and maybe that's what we should do, is start pushing meat into bioprinter processing, question mark? Because, yeah, this is obviously broken. And stuff is going to be decaying in here. We're going to get more spoilage, and also we're not getting the lard and the brains out that we need from those algs. So yeah, I think that's what we want to do, is we want to start printing, we want to start doing organ printing, and we'll just feed the meat into the organ printer. I'm going to choose brains over lard for the moment. I'm not sure which one is actually the better choice, but... So we're going to take a brain, and we want to create a brain from the bioprinter, which needs pluripotent stem cells, which needs xenogenic cells from meat. Obviously, this scale is not what we're going to do. That's a more reasonable scale. And then we need the bioscaffold as well, which is sodium alginate, chitin bone meal, and boric acid. All right, bone meal. We're not rendering Ulrichs, which maybe I should do, but for now, bone meal is made on site the old-fashioned way. And then sugar. Ooh, we're not doing sugar production at all yet. And I'm sure our retrovirus is also currently a bare minimum build for what we need for science. I'm also not sure if sodium alginate is ever put on rails, or if it's only built as part of... Yeah, I guess we would do this on site as well. Water pumping, limestone from water. This is too big of a build, I think. But, well, actually, 5 meat a second into 0.4 brain, maybe... I don't know. This is a pretty big build. But all the buildings are ratioed, which always makes me happy. Yeah, boric acid. Do we have boric acid on rails? We must. Yes, okay. Oh, we need heat here. Is that just a burner? That's a lot of burners. So no, that's a lot of coal power plants. Yikes. Steam from electric. All right. So I think... I mean, this would do what we want, right? We do want to split this into multiple builds. I think we want the xenogenic cells to be their own build, because we also need these for, well, for these mutagenic infusions at some point, but also for various animal and plant upgrades. So, like, we want these on their own. Here, let's go back to a more reasonably scaled build here. And then the pluripotent stem cells. Do we need these? It looks like yes for Corlex Mark II, but we can probably just steal them from this build when all is said and done. Retrovirus is not a huge build right now, so we'll need to catch up on that. And sugar, we're not making it all yet, so we need to figure out sugar. So for now, I think we want to just do the xenogenic cell build, because that will start pulling a little bit of meat away from animal processing. And get us to a better place there. Yes. All right, so we can lock in that build. My concern is that, like, xenogenic cells are used in large quantities, so I'm like, maybe we don't make that a separate build. Maybe we do just do this as part of this whole build. Because I don't necessarily want to be throwing thousands and thousands of xenogenic cells on rails, right? That's my concern. But I'm not sure what else to do, so... And then, yeah, bioscaffold. Bioscaffold at least is compressed compared to the other things that we make. So bioscaffold is maybe worth doing as a standalone build, but do the xenogenic cells as part of the bigger pluripotent cell build. Even pluripotent cells, compared to the meat input, are less dense. Right, we've got 1.67 meat in, you know, plus the sugar, 1.87, just under 2 items in total for the pluripotent cells, and then 3.3 out, although there's also gases involved, so... But yeah, if I'm gonna need xenogenic cells on rails, what I might do is I might build these just next to each other, where, like, we can feed the xenogenic cells to rails and the pluripotent stem cells to rails for the few things that are gonna need them. And then short term, and then we can also set up the other parts of the build locally. I kind of like that plan. So I think that's what we're going to do. We'll do... And then bioscaffold is compressed, so bioscaffold we'll do elsewhere, which means we don't need bone meal, we don't need the sodium alginate, we don't need any of this. So this is just the first part of the build that we're going to do then. We'll bring in meat, we'll bring in sugar, and we'll bring in retrovirus. And we'll bring in oxygen, and we'll bring in coke. Okay. So that's, well, that's all small enough quantities. That's one solid drop-off, one oxygen drop-off. So that's 2 drop-offs. Bioscaffold will also fit on the same drop-off. 2 drop-offs, and then for pickups, we want to have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So 2 drop-offs, 4 pickups. That fits on a standard, like, train station for me, so that is fine. We'll grab the shopping list. And import that blueprint. I probably don't have all the machines for this. We're probably missing the organ printers or whatever. We'll see what we get. Yeah, we don't have the bioprinters. So let's get those added to our factory. Do we have everything we need for those? It looks like it. While we're waiting for that to get figured out, how's self-assembly monolayer doing? Is it running? It's not running. Because it doesn't have rayon? What? Did I not fix rayon? Where is rayon? There's Kevlar, there's aramid, there's phenol, there's bakelite. Where's rayon? I thought rayon was up here somewhere. There it is. Rayon is blocked on... Oh boy, sulfuric acid. Okay. Did my to-do list from last week leave? No. Use for olefins, new liquid fuels, and brains. Do we have the desulfurization tech, or is that coming soon? It's coming soon. Yeah, now that we can make a lot more hydrogen peroxide, maybe we want to go for this recipe. Peroxide and sulfur right into sulfuric acid. Because right now, I think we're doing, like, sulfur into acid. Yeah, we're doing this. We're turning our sulfur into acid gas using refined syngas. And then that acid gas eventually gets turned into sulfuric. Which is all well and good. But it is pulling a lot of refined syngas. Although, also apparently, we don't have the sulfur to keep running it, which surprises me. Yeah, this is stopped, this sulfur from bitumen. That's bad. Why? Oh, because this stone is not set up to void correctly. Oh, okay. That's another bug. The bots are still getting that figured out. Let's head over there and let's fix that stone so that it can properly void. Because that's going to cause problems if we don't fix it. Let me find some place that I'm probably doing a stone void. Where's iron? Surely we have one here. Yeah. Wait a second. Did I just copy this from a place where it's also broken? Iron greater than 10k. Which will never happen in this. This only goes up to 6k. Yeah. Oh god, have I copied and pasted that error, like, everywhere? That would be bad. Fortunately, this seems like it's getting used. It's getting pulled from, like, by default from something. Not just going to the void. So... Alright, well this will get bitumen up and running again, which will get... I mean, I think this is going to get turned right into sulfur. I don't think we're using bitumen in many other places. We made some tweaks to oil processing last week, and I don't remember exactly what those were, but I think it was to try to make more burnable fuels out of it. Okay, how's this going? This is still collecting all the stuff that it needs. Does it have glass? Has glass been broken for a while? Yeah, this has no hot air. Hey, Finnish Polar Bear, welcome in. Good evening. Why is this hot air broken? This hot air is broken because tar is backed up. Oh, we're backed up on soot processing again because I've just been throwing... Okay. It may be time... I'm willing to admit, it may be time to actually solve this problem. I think... Oh, interesting. We also have a zinc mine here? Why do we have a zinc mine? Okay, yeah, that's just backup zinc to this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So one, we don't need that backup zinc, obviously. This makes more than enough zinc to run itself. Two, I think then that means that we want to do... Here, let's get over there and I'll think about it. And then I got to get all those ores out of there and do something with them, which I'm not excited for. I'm not really sure where those ores need to go. Fiddled a bit with train stations once again. When building it, I forgot I can use negative numbers for decider combinator outputs. Yeah, using negatives is always useful. Because the... Yeah, you almost never need a arithmetic combinator just to add things. Because it'll add on the wire. Alright, so this gets disconnected here. This is running okay to this. So this gets to go away. And what I need now is I have all 4 of these ores. Oh, I don't have space for 4 stations over here. All right, this carbolic oil is low priority, so apparently it's just like a backup, like... So I think we can get rid of this. This is our void for... Yeah, we don't need this anymore either. We're not going to have any trains coming here anymore because we're doing things with Keragen. This is stone into the old belt base, so we do need that. But this can go away. This can go away. All I'm trying to do is find enough space for stations so that the all the ores coming out of this can get belted out. Did I try biocranes yet? I did not. I have only had a couple of days that I could stream Pi in the past couple of weeks due to the Thanksgiving holiday and some family stuff. It is on my list of things to mess with. It's probably gonna wait until I redo my mall realistically, because I need the mall to be able to handle spoilable ingredients, and it just can't right now. And that's a bigger refactor than... I need to refactor them all anyway, so I will keep in mind spoilable ingredients when I refactor them all. But I'm not going to do that refactor just for biocranes. But, like, the current mall is obviously... stupid, so I want to switch to an auto crafter of some sort, and like that's gonna have to handle getting rid of things that shouldn't be in there. And all right, let's do priority output left. Input priority doesn't matter anymore because I got rid of that input because I don't think we need it. I think this makes plenty of zinc. So then this output can come over here. And this is going to get split up a couple of times. Once here. For the iron. Ooh. This will be copper. This will be aluminium. And now I just need to find a spot where I can drop a station for the zinc ore, which is what's actually, like, in my way. What is this? Oh, this is hot air from belt base as backup to rail base. Yeah, let's just get rid of that. I don't think we need this anymore. I think we have the capability to keep scaling our hot air pretty well at this point. So I'm gonna say we're fine here. So that means... Oh, and all of these need to be marked as high priority stations, of course. And then all the way down here we go to here. Okay, I think that's all the belts run. Everything's marked as high priority. Each of these should get a different one of the ores. That's a byproduct of this. So I think now we just hook it up. Well, and it'll just be the zinc for the short term. While it tries to run out of... Oh, this just makes zinc now. I'm an idiot. I switched this over to just zinc. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, filter helper is definitely useful, and I should use it. I just haven't gotten around to installing it. Okay, so everything that I just did is extra, because this is only making zinc. So this is just going to be a high priority zinc pickup, and that's it. Cool. And then what I can do... Alright, bots. This is a lot of stuff to dump in. You know what? No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's maybe not. Let's not. Let's put all this back in here. Not the zinc. Let's see. Yeah, disconnect that. And then if we start doing like that, that... This is the priority input, so these will start emptying, but only as fast as, like, this will let them. And then these will never run, because this is just doing zinc now, because I switched this to zinc ore. Okay. I think this is going to do what I want. This iron ore I need to drop off someplace where it will be at least somewhat useful. All right, there we go. The supplemental iron that feeds them all. Or actually, that should still be the priority iron that feeds them all, right? Yes. Wow, are we really just not pulling that much iron into the mall right now? Casting units do stack items on belts. Yeah, I did this for a reason, and I don't remember what it was. I know that they stack. Because then I've still got it going through a lane balancer. So, like, why doesn't this just output right into the lane balancer? I have no idea. Oh, I remember why I did this. I did this... No, that doesn't make sense either, because these guys have different hand sizes that they will sometimes stack to, right? Yeah, like, I did this hundreds of hours ago. I have no recollection of why. It might have had something to do with when my belts only stacked to 2, and this makes an odd number of plates. It was ending up with partial... You'd end up with occasional stacks of 1, and I was using the stack inserters to restack it to make sure that we always had full stacks on the belt. Maybe? But now that things stack to 3, and also I've supplemented this iron with other iron sources, like, it doesn't matter so much that that belt is fully saturated, right? Alright, so do we have glass running again? That was the thing that I was doing all this for. And the answer is yes. Okay, good. We do have glass again. Oh, and there's lots of things that want to turn on with, Oh, that's this. Something must have, made a bunch of those. Oh, this used them. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, as soon as enough glass gets made, this will run and we'll get our bioprinters, which is excellent. Animal processing is still broken. Yes, animal processing is still broken. It looks like it's running a little bit better now. Like, it looks like we got enough meat moving through the system. Oh yeah, we have space. But we're still way oversaturated, right? So we really do need to... Yeah, I mean, there we go. It's saturated. So we've only got room for a few stacks of meat before this backs up again. So we do still need to get the bioprinter stuff up and running. Alright, well, it's going to take a little while for the bots to make the bioprinters themselves, and that is fine. I think while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and head down. We may as well do it down here. But before we do that, let's see if I can remember where... There's asphalt. All right. Let's grab some asphalt, because I have been neglecting to pave some of my roads, and the longer I wait, the worse it gets to fix it. So we'll grab the asphalt on our way down to... wait, is it this? This one. Urea, ash to soot. Wait, did I? Oh, it was the next one down. Ugh. Asphalt. Oh. Asphalt. So all the way down to the bottom left corner of the base where we've been doing a lot of our new builds. And we will, yeah, like I said, I'll pave what I've been doing down there, and then we'll start the build for, basically taking meat and using it to bioprint brains for vat brain cartridges. May as well. We have too much meat. We always need more brains. I could be printing lard, but what I would rather do is get lard properly sorted, because I think, like, lard and oleochemicals and things are going to continue to be important, and I want those to be proper. This is more of a supplemental thing for now, and it's really at least as much of a meat void as it is a brain producer, right? All right, so we've got a solid drop-off station, and our requests here are going to be... Flip back to YAFC real quick. We've got meat, coke, sugar, bioscaffold, and retrovirus. So I think that does mean that we want to use a deposit. Meat, coke, sugar, bioscaffold, and retrovirus. All right. And make sure that's still hooked up to the network so it's not going to break. Several of these things we're not making yet. We are going to have to do those stations, but this can at least start turning the meat into the xenogenic cells while we're waiting. And then as we get the other pieces done, we'll be able to turn on the rest of the build. So, like, the first thing we're going to have is... meat here. And that's going to feed into a bunch of incubators. Making xenogenic cells from meat. Oh, xenogenic cells are a fluid. I did not realize or even consider that that would be a possibility. Okay. Does this change things? Are pluripotent stem cells also a fluid? Yes, they are. All right. I mean, heat still comes in at the top. I don't think this really changes anything. Like, I think we just leave a gap. Each of these takes in, yeah, a fairly small quantity. Oxygen will be in from the bottom? Yeah. We're actually going to do that there, which means all of these move over one, so they're the same. Do that like that, because we do still have to handle decay of any meat into jerky here. So this belt needs to loop. And then our outputs are just going to come down here. So that'll be that part, and then the heat pipes. Something like that. Our coal power plants. One. Two. And ash out. All right. Let's get an input here for oxygen. And I realized that I forgot to account for the ash output and the jerky output, so we're going to need more stations. And also, because these guys are a fluid station, that I think is changing how we're going to do this. Because fluids going in quantities of like tens of thousands I don't care about. Fluids move very quickly. What that means is that we don't want any of this stuff here at this station. In fact, we're going to disconnect that real quick. I'm going to switch this back to a warehouse. All right. Because this is a fluid output, I'm not going to do these things like hardwired together. I'm going to set up the proper rails for each individual step. I wasn't going to do that because I thought those energetic cells were a solid, but they're not, so... Alright, each of these does need an output here, which is just for any decay that does happen. This just wants oxygen, which I think we have plenty of. We'll find out. All right. And then next to this, we want a solid pickup. This is going to be for ash. And one down here for any jerky. Jerky. And ash output. Is here, up, over, across. High priority for both of these because they're byproducts. Oxygen is on the way. Ooh, hello. Is this? Yeah, okay. I've known for a while that this is a bottleneck through this part of the base. Turns out cloverleafs are a bad intersection design in the real world, and they're also bad in Factorio. They look cool, but they definitely are starting to cause me problems, and we can see that here. So what I want to eventually do is... really, I need to explore around the outside of this lake and see what the shape of everything here is going to be. But we really want another path from here down to here that doesn't go through the central part of the base. So that probably means connecting this down this way somewhere, or having another path from here, from here all the way directly down to here. But give the trains some alternate ways to go. Because I think right now everything wants to come through here and either over to this side of the base or down to this part of the base. And this segment with these two clover leaves and this segment here, this R-shaped section, is very heavily trafficked. All right. Yeah, these guys are heating up. Oh, these are up to temp. Beautiful. So as soon as we get oxygen in here, these should start running. Oh, I need to hook up the actual output. That would be probably useful. Does Cloverleaf have exit lanes so trains going straight can go without stopping? I mean, no. Yes, in theory. There's a couple things I could do to fix the throughput, like, I think part of it is that the clovers themselves are only one rail segment, so, like, trains will stop here. They don't follow each other through the clovers as tightly as they can. But I don't have, like, a bypass lane. No. So everything has to go through the center of the cloverleaf, which is the problem with cloverleafs, right? I don't know if I might have space to do a bypass lane. Maybe. But really, I should just swap them out for roundabouts, which are just a better design. All right, it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to let Twitch run its ad. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. And I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I recommend getting some water, stretching your legs, and we'll keep going when Twitch says we can. Welcome back. I appreciate folks sticking around through the ads. I know ads are no fun. But that is why I do try to keep them timed so that you don't actually have to watch them. All right, we've got... I mean, that's it, right? We're now making the xenogenic cells. This is going to use, I mean, not huge amounts of meat, but I think I'm hopeful that just a couple meat a second is going to be enough to keep the system unblocked, and like, it's really easy to extend this to do more as needed. Yeah, ash outputs are just ash outputs. So I think this is good. I don't think there's anything else I need to do to mess with this stage of it. Where is this train stuck? Oh, picking up antimony. Oh, oops. That must have happened when I was moving some belts around. All right, let's go fix that. That's been stuck since like the start of the stream, by the way. I definitely saw that and then saw this alarm go off, and we didn't have a chance to deal with the stuck train because I was dealing with the animal alarm. So let's head over to animal processing. I'm hoping that I can now... Oh no, this is still stopped. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. So, like, yes, we're using more meat, but maybe not enough. Let's at least turn those off. I'm going to turn this alarm back on, and I'm going to regret it. Because I know it's going to go off again soon. What'll happen is something will have decayed on this belt while it was backed up, and then... that will, that decayed item will end up in this chest, and that sets off the alarm. So, like, as long as this moves quickly enough that stuff doesn't decay, we're gonna be okay, but I'm not so sure about that. Here... yeah, this is gonna take another train full soon, which is good. And that'll help. But it is only pulling a couple meat per second. Like, we're right on the cusp of being balanced, I think. It seems like to me. So if we can keep the meat running just a little bit more consistently, just a little bit more demand in the overall base, I think we're going to be okay. But we can also definitely just expand the xenogenic cell build, right? Like, turn even more meat into brains. Alright, unstick that. How long has that been stuck? That's been stuck a long time, because our antimony oxide production is completely backed up. Oh no. Well, at least we don't have an antimony shortage anymore. I'm going to assume that means that things like shafts are not running. Yeah, these need... Yep. And the antimony loading station down here... yeah, it's probably... I don't know what the rail limit is set on this. Oh! That should be set to L2. Cool, cool, cool. How are we doing on peroxide? These guys are all running. But it's sitting, like, nearly full. Okay, that's really good to see. Obviously, antimony has been off. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. But I'm assuming at some point that I'm going to need to start sinking peroxide into sulfuric acid. So we'll, train is... Oh, no, that's the same train. It's just delivering. Oh, this uses molten lead. I was like, where does the lead come into this system? What's going on? The answer is molten lead. So yeah, it's going to take a little bit for antimony to go to all the places it needs to go to again, because for some reason, I keep breaking my antimony. Yeah, vitrolloy is empty. Wow. Intermetallics? Intermetallics at least are fully saturated. So all the iron nexylate antimony alloy and all the vitrolloy that we make at least can go to brakes and shafts and things. Yeah, although, hey, we've got a load of brakes here, and it hasn't been picked up, and what that means is that brakes down here are not requesting more brakes, and that's because they are... ceramic limited? I mean, I guess that's just what I built the ceramic to, for the scale of this thing. But cool. I guess that's cool. Yeah, I mean, brakes... If we look at the actual mech parts too, it's gearboxes. It's always gearboxes. And gearboxes are almost certainly waiting on Gearbox Mark 1s. No, they're waiting on advanced small... Why advanced small parts? Tin plate and glass. Oh boy. So we know glass was having some trouble because our whole fueling system was having trouble. And we dumped efficiency modules into glass recently. And, it does seem like fuel is maybe no longer an issue. But keeping this whole thing running consistently, like getting enough pure sand and quartz ore like into this thing consistently when it really needs to run is always a little bit of a challenge. And it's going to take a while for glass to like rebuffer all the different glass products because like everything was empty. And that just means that this is all gonna... We don't make enough molten glass to run every single glass factory at full tilt consistently. It's just because it was broken for so long, and it's way over demand. So that's going to take a little while to catch back up. So that part of that is fine, I guess, that these are missing glass, because at least glass is fixed. That's just a matter of time. Tin, though. Tin has also been really struggling for me lately. We were talking about this, I think, last week, where, like... I mean, we can switch tinned... Once we get casting 2, we can switch tinned cable over to Molten. That will probably help a lot. I don't know if any of the rest of this is tin related. No. Casting 3 lets me cast normal small parts, but not the advanced small parts. That's too bad. Special small parts, huh? Okay, so no, there's never a casting recipe for advanced small parts. Those are always just going to use tin plate. but we'll reduce our tin demand a little bit by switching to casting the tinned cable once we get casting stage 2. That'll be fine. All right. This is oops. This should figure itself out. It'll use all this oxygen and that train will release. So I'm not overly concerned. Like, we're not making this all that fast, to be honest. I'm kind of tempted to double this part of this build. To 3 coal power plants and 10 incubators. Just because it's not moving that fast. And we don't need it to. Yeah, especially since we're gonna... Here, let's, yeah. Let's get... the xenogenic cells build. That's going to be separate from this. And yeah, let's double it. Let's make it 20 a second. Because I don't think that's going to be... It's still not a huge build, and we want to be burning through meat if we can. So, let's request 5 more incubators and 1 more coal power plant. And we'll go ahead and we'll double what we've built there already. And then we will move on to the next stage of the xenogenic, or whatever the next stage is, the pluripotent stem cells. But those need sugar, and I also want to look into expanding my retrovirus build, because I know my retrovirus build is not all that big right now. So we'll need to get both of those going. Sugar, I think, is from potatoes. I did double my potatoes recently, if I recall correctly. Yes, and it looks like I'm making plenty. The potatoes are stalled. So that is a good sign that I should be able to do sugar. The various syrup stages. We're just waiting for the bots to bring me the stuff I need, and we will wander down. Oh, that was quick. Fortunately, I think I managed to design this one pretty well in a way that it is easy to expand. I might need more trains again, which seems wild. Although I did just unblock some things, so it is quite possible that the trains just need... Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5. One more of those. And I think we want to upgrade these inserters, because we're going to need just a little bit more meat moving through here. To run 10 of these incubators. Alright, that's not a super speedy xenogenic cell build, but like 20 a second is fine. And we can upgrade this quite a bit from here if we need to. It's enough to get us started, at least. What are we waiting for here? Oh, I didn't hook up. There we go. Watch these guys dropping in temperature. But as long as it keeps all these above 500, as long as everything stays above 500, we're good. It might not. A couple things might drop. Oh, these don't even need 500. What's the working temperature? Only 200. Okay. Yeah, I think everything will stay above 200. Because, yeah, once everything hits 200, and it will, yeah, these are all good. Cool. That should be good enough for a while for these. At least a short while. Should be enough for, certainly for printing a small number of brains to supplement that brain construction. And it should also be enough for any upgraded alien life things that we want to do. Bop. Okay. So that is xenogenic cells. Looking good. I'm actually impressed that science has been running, given how broken things tend to be in this base. It does look like we're going to run out of blue science packs very shortly, though. Oh, nope, never mind. There's the blue science packs. Yeah, it's gonna take a minute for all these to turn back on and get themselves up to, in theory, I mean, what's our 8 times 1.5 is 12 plus whatever the prod boost is, 25%. So 15 SPM is our theoretical, and yeah, we peak at 15. So it does, it hits it, barely. All right, do we want to keep working on brain printing, or do we want to... Oh. I think the first one of these emptied and then another one got brought over, and because I didn't have this actually set up right. That's fine. This will still get used. Like, the ratio is like, what? 50 oxygen to 30 xenogenic cells, and this is nowhere near full. Yeah, there's only 15,000. I'm not worried about it. Alright, so we can either move forward on the brain stuff, but I think rather than doing that, I wanna look at our retrovirus build, and I wanna do a sugar build. And we'll kind of figure out how big of a pluripotent stem cell build we want to do based off of how big we want to do our retrovirus and sugar builds. And I am just trying to clean up my view here. Is there like a close all button? Can I close all? No, I don't think I can. You, I can actually delete. I don't actually keep power on the chart. Advanced castings are a thing. We need to be keeping an eye on those. Did I already expand Ulrich's? I don't remember. Wax is a build that I was gonna do. Did I finish that? Nobody knows. All the rest of this, I believe, is good. Okay. Because, yeah, I don't think we got to advanced castings yet. I think we thought about it. Correct. Do I have a wax build? I have wax here. Empty wax barrel. Oh, this looks like wax. Cool. The answer is yes, I did get wax done. Which also means that Ulrichs were done. I just didn't properly label this build. Wax. Cool. Cool. Yeah. And we need wax for advanced castings. I need to double check if we're making enough green silicon carbide and silicon for us to get advanced castings done. Because, like, this is still going to be a huge upgrade for us, right? Is to migrate things that could be cast into this. Okay. Xenogenic cells are done. We don't need that. Printing brains is the work in progress thing. I've already forgotten what I just said I wanted to do. We labeled some things. I was checking on science. Oh, right. I wanted to look at... That's why I was cleaning up my YAFC tabs. I wanted to look at retrovirus and figure out how much retrovirus we're making, and I wanted to design sugar. I remember things. All right. Okay, so retrovirus we're making apparently 0.6 per second. And right now, retrovirus is used, I'm assuming, almost entirely in our DNA polymerase build, which only uses 0.1 per second. Okay. So as long as this is able to get enough lab instruments and glassware and petri dishes, this can keep up with all of our needs. I also have this cDNA work in progress, and I'm fairly certain I never built this. Excuse me. Let me drink some water real quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I never built this. I designed this for, like, the whenever I need cDNA on Rails, I should build this, and I never built it. Which is fine. So the only thing pulling retrovirus is DNA polymerase, which I could prod. So I'm not at all concerned about retrovirus then feeding into this. So in that case, do I need the pluripotent stem cells separately on Rails from making brains? I feel like the answer is yes. I feel like what I should do is I should make the pluripotent stem cells, and then I'm going to do brain organ printing, but then eventually I will decide that I also want to print other organs, and, like, all of these will just be, like, the low priority source for those organs, right? Is, like, we want to use everything that's made naturally first. All of our ethically sourced, humanely harvested organs, and then use the bioprinter ones secondarily. So I want the pluripotent stem cells on Rails because we want them to be available to all of the different builds. Because we don't want to have to pipe in, like, all of these ingredients to, like, 10 different builds, right? Or however many different organs you can print. 5, 6 different builds. But we do need to do a sugar build, and we do need to do a bioscaffold build. So let's get sugar done. Yeah, new tab. Sugar. We're probably not going to make one a second, although maybe we are. Maybe we're just going to way overdo this build. Bones. Sweet syrup. Do we need sweet syrup anywhere else? No. Sweet syrup can be local. Lime we make heaps of, I believe. Type A molasses. Type A molasses is also used for type B molasses. Type B molasses goes to wastewater or... Oh, right, because we already make... Did I put any of my molasses on Rails when I did ethanol, or did I do it all on site? That looks like I just did it on site. Okay, that's fine. So, that means here... we bring in tufras, lime, and bones, and we make a bunch of sugar and a bunch of biomass. That's an easy build. 1, 2, 3 stations, nothing decays. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And this makes heaps more sugar than we're actually going to need. What can I do with sugar in the short term? I could have been using sugar instead of... Apparently to make the wax barrels... No, to make the honey barrels? No, here it is. Yeah, we can do wax barrels from sugar instead of from Ulrich's. Out of curiosity... if we did do that... 0.9 sugar a second versus 0.06 Ulrichs a second to make honey. I mean, sugar is just potatoes, right? But Ulrichs are also... I mean, maybe not exactly 0 input, but, like, Darn close to 0 input. A little bit of tin for the Ulrich food. Or that warm stone pricks need coke gas of 250, not 250 or more. Ooh, yeah. That'll get ya. Although, if you have the warmer stone brick recipe, then you want to use that. Right. I've got warmer stone bricks, which use the 500C gas, into the warm stone bricks that use the 250C gas. And then we end up looping the bricks and looping the gas. The gas gets reheated. I got a whole process going on here. It's very gas efficient, which was great until I had way too much coke oven gas, and now I wish that I was not so coke oven gas efficient, but that's fine. What am I doing? Oh, right. Yeah, warm bricks work with both. It works with, yeah, 250 or higher, right? If I double check the recipe. I was just looking at it. There we go. Yeah, greater than or equal to 250C. And outputs the 100. But if you have gas that's all the way up at 500, then doing warmer stone bricks uses the 500C gas and produces 250C gas, and you end up with a better return on your gas than just pushing it all right into warm. Yeah, trying to only feed 250 gas only to warm the, yeah. But it is more efficient if you take advantage of the higher temperature when you have the higher temperature. Sorry, I just realized I was on the wrong screen when I was talking about that. Yeah, the warmer stone bricks will use the hotter gas and produce the 250C gas that makes the warm stone bricks, which gives you a better return on your overall hot air per coke oven gas. Yep, slab next to your power production to heat 100-degree gas back to 500. Exactly. Mine is isolated, but it's using, you know, this is basically a small version of my power plant, right? It's all biomass anyway. I probably could use the power plant to recycle the gas rather than do it separately, but... Okay, where was I? Let's get rid of this second wax page. We don't need it. I want to do this sugar build. You know what? Actually, do I want to do this sugar build? I think the xenogenic cells are going to take a while to back up. So instead of doing that and working on the brain printing, I think I want to get advanced castings done. Because advanced castings are going to be... We're only making 9 wax a second with the current wax build. We might need more wax. But advanced castings are going to be a big fix for some of our metal efficiency issues. So I want to get these going. So let's check our green SiC and our silicon and where we're at there. Green silicon carbide, we make 1.6 a second. Advanced castings are going to need 1.5. Okay. And then the silicon carbide is pulling 0.6. 18,000 hot air per minute is enough for now. You say that. How much am I making at the moment? $18,000 per minute. It is sufficient. Yeah, I have space to expand mine too. Although I think I have a new hot air recipe coming relatively soon. When do I get hot air 3? Oh yeah, anytime I want it. But this needs outlet gas. Yeah, this gives us a whole new chain using the outlet gas instead of coke oven gas. So I'll need to look into the outlet gas chain if I want to switch to this. But for now, I don't need it. All right. So green silicon carbide. What do I want to do with this? What were we at before? 1.6? Yeah, 4 of these electric arc furnaces. Go up to... Silicon carbide uses 0.6. The advanced castings, at least at this scale, and I might want to make it bigger. Bigger is going to need a lot more wax, though, so we'll keep that in mind. Is... One and a half. How many castings do I need? That's the question. Now that we have advanced castings, where do we want to start using these, and how big is the production gonna be? And that'll kind of tell us what we're gonna need. So let's start with mechanical parts 1. Because right now... Did I ever prod mech parts 1? Yes, that's prodded. 20 machines prodded. Okay. I want to make sure that I have this actually set up the way it's actually built. Did I prod everything? I think I prodded every stage of this. Yes. Okay, so everything was prodded. All right. So that's ultimately making 0.33 shafts a second. Currently. If instead we want to be making those from casting... Four casting units, which is 0.15 advanced castings per second. All right. So that's the change to shafts. What else needs it? I guess small parts, right? We will switch to casting. Oh, and this was just scaled. I said, make me an iron plate, a belt of iron plate, and turn it into small parts. Okay. So I can kind of scale this however I want. Bolts, copper cable, iron gear wheels. All right. Can I prod? I can prod all of these. So yeah, we can get this up to like, I mean, run the one machine at full speed, right? Which is the way it's almost but not quite set right now. So that's, yeah. That's another 0.3 advanced castings per second. That's not awful. And then what else can we make? Where else do we make bolts or sticks on site? That's a question. Electric engine units make bolts. All right. And they also make copper cables. All right. I wonder if it's worth making... No, I mean, we use so many copper cables everywhere. If I was going to try to make a central cable casting place, that would be a nightmare. We don't want to do that. But yeah, being able to bring in iron and copper and just do bolts and cables, beautiful. I mean, if we look at cable, air core inductors probably make cable on site. Yep. And again, I want prod modules on all of these casting units, right? There's no reason not to prod the heck out of all this, because all of these run low speed anyway. Yeah, none of these are maxed out. So prod, prod, prod. All right. Electrolytic capacitors. Okay, these bring in tinned cable. We'll do tinned cable central still. Lamp, I'm apparently making a bunch of copper out of, so we'll swap that over. Prod. Microchip is just tinned cable, so we don't need that. We don't need that one. Yeah, tinned cable itself, we no longer need to do like this. We will just cast it. And we'll go up to whatever we're making. 55 in 4 seconds times 1.1 times 0.75. $11.34 per second. Yeah. Cool. And toroidal inductors, that's just tinned cable. Cool. Alright, so all of this now, if I do the summary page, we should be able to see 0.2... 0.3, 0.4, 0.7, 0.85. Honestly, 1 a second is plenty. At least at our current scale. Oh, I guess I should check for, like, gear... Do Mech Parks 2 actually make... No. Nothing like that. Or pipe? Nope. What else can I cast suddenly? Stick. I make iron sticks on site for zinc plate. Okay. We should look into that. Advanced small parts. Oh yeah, we make bolts on site for advanced small parts and sticks. So those need to both be cast. Rod modules. Can I prod the overall? I absolutely can prod the overall. $2.475. Prod the belts too. Okay, so I should prod all of this. I don't think I need 3 a second advanced small parts. I think it's just scaled to 1 factory right now. So prod all the intermediates and run it all a little bit slowly. I'm going to need to make a bunch more prod modules, obviously. Because all of this stuff is going to need prod modules. But if we check the summary again... yeah, I should do it here too. Why not? Switch everything over. Casting unit, prod it. I wish this showed me the total. 0.2, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 1, 1.15. Okay. So honestly, this scale is fine. We're not going to make enough wax, but if we want to get green SiC up to about 2 a second, and whatever we need to do for silicon, I think we'll be fine. That is what I'm going to say. This is a good enough scale. So that means... yeah, so right now this is at 1.6 a second. So going up to 2 a second, which gives us one more arc furnace and one more high pressure furnace, but we stay at the same number of jaw crushers and ball mills, which is nice. We want to go up to exactly 1 ball mill. We add a couple more arc furnaces and another jaw crusher. And... yeah, 3 arc furnaces, 2 jaw crushers, and 1 high pressure furnace. Okay. No, that's at 4, so we just had 1 jaw crusher. 3 arc furnaces, 1 jaw crusher, and 1 high pressure furnace. Okay. So that'll expand green SiC. Our wax could be a little bit bigger, but I'm not super worried about it at the moment. Like, I think 9 wax a second will be fine once we start booting up sand castings. Like, the sand casting machines could potentially pull more than that, but I don't think we're pulling enough sand castings to saturate it, so we can expand wax later if and when we need to. Our solder does put molten solder. Do we put molten solder on rails? Ooh, we don't put molten solder on rails. Okay. That's the thing we're going to have to do. Is, figure out that. Ooh, and solder here is, we pull a lot of solder into the rail base as well. That's fine. We'll figure that out. I can make this a little bit bigger too if we need to. I'm not super concerned about that. Alright, first things first, we're gonna go do green silicon carbide, and then we do need to come down here, and I should have done this when I was down here. I'm an idiot. But it would be good to make, and I thought I had a factory down here to do this, and maybe I picked it up because I was cleaning up after myself, and I shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, I should just leave a automated factory here that I can drop the various machines needed, or the various components needed for modules into whenever I need to make modules, because I only have 10 prod modules, and we're going to need a lot more than that. So yeah, we'll kind of go through each build that's being switched over to casting, and we're going to have to you know, figure out the rail stations and everything else as we go, as we get things set up. Oh, whoops. Still had some stuff I didn't want requested. Get rid of the bioreactor for now, too, because kind of moved away from doing that. That part of the project. Managed to figure out how to empty assemblers once the amount of items you want is satisfied, and those only start up once the box is below a certain level. Yeah. I'm going to end up doing something like that. Like, we're going to do a... I want to do a make anything machine at some point. I have to decide that I want to invest arguably a couple of weeks of streaming sessions into designing that, right? I don't want to just use someone else's blueprint and then that will replace this, right? We're going to just have an array of make anything machines, and they can all take requests off of the queue of requests, and what are the bots still bringing me? A little bit of inserters, a little bit of... Ooh, inserters are not... Inserters are not because circuits are not. Did I fix circuits recently? I feel like I fixed circuits last week, and they may just be catching up again. Nope. Batteries are not. No cyanic acid. Because... Oh, God. Didn't want to leave expensive items trapped in assemblers. Yeah. All right, well, here's the problem. Or one of the problems. So this is all completely backed up. Oh boy. We're using... We are prioritizing these guys, right? Yeah, we are. We're just not using enough fuel in the belt base in the mall. Which means wood's not being processed, which means we're not using up ash. Yeah, this is all really bad. Okay, and that's completely backed up all of our handling for basically everything AL on the mall base. Alright, well, it's ad break o'clock again. It's been another hour. So I am, as always, going to take a moment to stretch my legs, get myself a little bit more water, and when we're back from the ad, I guess we're going to figure this out. And by figure it out, I might just mean, like, get cyanic from rails and shove it into here to get batteries going again, and just let all this die. Or we could pull circuits. I mean, we're pulling circuits anyway, so maybe we just hook circuits up from here down to the Legacy Mall and let this down here be dead. That's an option too. Well, we'll think about that. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right. I think I know the best way to quickly fix them all. What I'm going to do is we replace this requester chest, or this provider chest, with a requester chest, which Construction Bot should bring. There we go. And then once that is done, we just request green circuits. And the bots will keep this populated. This will keep this part of the mall running, basically just feeding it from the rail base via the requests here. And that should be that. Let's, green SIC is over here somewhere, right? Yeah. So we gotta increase green SIC, and then we can do the... oh, I also should check my, like, silicon in general as an input to things, I guess. Didn't I recently, like, really buff silicon, though? So I'm not as concerned about that. Alright, green silicon carbide, 3 high-pressure furnaces, 5 jaw crushers, 7 arc furnaces. How many jaw crushers did I say? 5? Oh, why did I build this so compact? Okay. This has got to go. Can I do one more of these up here? Not easily. Alright. And I also need more... Yeah, one more high-pressure furnace. That, at least, is easily manageable. So it's just this part that's going to be a little bit fun. And then that feeds the ball mill, which makes... What is this making? Powdered quartz. All right. And then the output of the powdered quartz... And then all of this comes right up here. All right, that should be what this needs. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait. One more job. No? Did I not say 5 jaw crushers? And yet, I only have... Okay, well, this is my fault, I'm sure. Alright, well, I need one more jaw crusher, because apparently I can't count. But green silicon carbide is, like, fully saturated anyway, so... This is not going to turn on yet. I just wanted it prepared. All right. Silicon carbide expanded. Our advanced castings use 3.75. Here, let's Oh, of course, all of these use silicon, but not like silicon. So, Nisi, yes. Self-assembly monolayer, yes. Does pull in silicon. All right. None of these ones. Just this one, the electronic grade silicon. All right, which is 7 a second, 8 a second, 10 a second, and then advanced castings are another 3.75. So we need 13.75 a second. We're making 15 a second. Okay. We have enough silicon. It's snug, but we have it. And we already looked at the green SiC. We just expanded that. Wax, we know we don't quite have 15 a second. We have more like 10 a second, but we'll build at this scale. And, because that's scaled to 1 clay pit, really, is the reason to build to this scale. And then, yeah, so we need 3 casting units, a clay pit, a boiler. And I guess this goes to the bottom left where I've been building everything recently. Don't really know where else to put it, so that'll be the spot for now. Down here somewhere. What does it need as far as inputs? We've got 1 solid input, 1 fluid input, and its output. So it's just 3 stations for the castings. Okay. I'm trying to see if there's a spot that I can tuck it where we have existing station space or something like that. I don't think we do. Oh yeah, I do need to increase our... Okay, yeah, these can make 40 a second, and we're only using 25 a second. So the other 15 a second, I'll put an overflow on this, and we'll hook that up right here. In fact, I will do that right now while I'm thinking about it. Also, are configurable valves not in my requests? They should be. Are they not in the mall? Wow. How have I gone this long without... Ooh, we are, like, out of small parts. How did that happen? Presumably we had enough things that were blocked on circuits that we've just, like, yoinked all of our small parts using the circuits that we recently unblocked. Or we had a lot of things pull on engine units. Okay. It's fine. So, since we're here, I want to get the overflow valve for molten solder done, because we are going to need that before we can use a lot of the casting stuff that we're working on. All right, that will start being a little bit of extra solder, because these will run just a little bit faster than these. We probably do need more solder capacity, both molten and solid, but for now, the goal is just to let things start running and to have the molten solder available as we start switching our other builds over to molten now that we have advanced castings. This stuff, yeah, I guess we're gonna go down somewhere. Ooh, I realized I'm missing... Here, let's clean up some more stuff that I've done wrong. Down near nuclear, I am missing a few things. I am missing, I think, some asphalt down here. Yes. I'm also missing a radar. Radar, I just had them. There. Oh, this was the new silicon build. That can do 15 silicon a second for me. Cool. You know what? Let's do castings here. Why not? Oh. Hello. Hard mode strikes again. Wax and hot air. And wax. And hot air. So that'll bring in those two fluids for us. The other part is silicon and the green silicon carbide. So a drop off here. Wanting silicon and green SiC. Cool. Now we just need to casting units for these? It is casting units. Okay. In that case, I think we'll do it like 1, 2, except further away. And I'm actually going to do this like this. Just keep it a little bit cleaner. We're going to have another belt that comes through here. This is going to be the clay. So each of these are going to have a clay input as well as an input for all of their other stuff, which is 1.75 items a second. All right, let's see if we can get away with a yellow inserter. Which one is that? That's going to be hot air, which is this one. And then this one. Wax in. All right. Looking good. Power everything. Outputs of these, this makes 3.75 a second, so I don't even have to worry about putting these on opposite sides of a belt. They will just go right out like that. So the only thing I have to do now is hook up the... I guess we're going to do it like this. I don't completely love that, but it'll be good enough. And we will drop in a clay pit here. All right, because we want to have room for like a second one. And that hooks up to steam, water. I need to power that and the clay pit. Beautiful. All right, I think these just need the hot air. which should be en route. Yes, cool. And pickup station. How much are we making per second? 3.75. We'll call it that. Should be plenty of inserters for that. And then this is really easy to expand with more casting units and more clay as we need it. We can easily double, maybe even triple this before we run into nuclear. And nuclear, I don't think we have to expand anytime soon, because nuclear is all running at, like, partial speed. All right, advanced castings. So now, printing brains is a different project. Let's keep that aside. Now it's a matter of going through, and as far as I could tell, these are all the ones that need casting units. But we got to go through this, whatever it is, 10 builds? 8 builds, and get all of these upgraded. We don't need a summary anymore. Get all of these upgraded to the casting units that they need. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, plus 4, 15 casting units, which is also 15 prod modules. Some of these other things we may want to prod as we're moving around, where we notice that builds that, you know, I built to one assembler scale where it doesn't really matter what scale they are. We can add prod modules to those as well. So I do want to get prod module assembly going. So we're going to grab... I'm going to grab 2 stacks of casting units just so we have plenty. And I'm going to grab a factory for prod modules. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to head down to where we make all the mech parts too. And we will... we'll switch engine units over to casting at the same time that I do set up a little prod module factory. And that way I should be able to grab a stack of a few prod modules from the prod module machine when we're done with electric engine units. Yeah, this part is what needs to change. And if we look at electric engine units... Oh, and this part that makes cable. Okay. Yeah, both of these need to change. That's a lot of cable that we're going to be switching to bringing out on a casting unit. Looking at this, that's going to stack, so I'm not worried about those. Do I care about having some number of electric engine units per second? I'm going to bet I don't. I think I just make these for the mall. So I should just prod all of this. I should prod this whole chain. We get 0. Oh, right, because I need to do the math. Uh, 0.2475. There we go. So, Speed is down a little bit, but again, everything will be more efficient. That's what we want. And, I mean, shafts will also be swapped over soon. Yeah. All right, we got our casting units. We got our automated factories. We got a few more one-way valves. So let's head down to that corner of the base. We'll set up, like I said, I'll get a bunch of prod modules built. I'm still building those by hand as I need them because they are fairly expensive. Solder is up to 11,000. All right. Oh, and we're out of molten tin. Okay. That is less than ideal. How's tin doing? Is it just slow? Yep. Yep. We might have to double tin. I've been trying to avoid it, but we really might have to switch tin to 2 belts of input. And we have plenty of space here to rebuild it bigger. It's just, I don't want to. But we don't get better tin. Yeah, tin processing 3 is... I mean, it's in ChemSci, but it's... We might be able to limp forward until we get tin processing 3. We'll just have to see, especially when we move to casting and, you know, we gain some efficiencies that way. We'll see where we're at and how much of a bottleneck tin is really being. Because I think as soon as I switch, like, tinned copper cable over to molten, we're going to see a huge drop in our tin plate demand. And I fully expect, like, tin plate to be able to resaturate, and then we'll have a lot more molten tin available to all the new stuff. All right. So, automated factory gets dropped down somewhere, anywhere. You are making rod modules, pardon me. And that is 1 control panel, 2 electronics, 1 utility box. All right. 1 utility box. 1 control panel, 2 electronics. Have fun. So over here, where we're making electric engine units... Oh, I'm going to end up with a bunch of crap in my inventory, aren't I? All right, no more copper plates for electric engine units at all. That is correct. No more copper plates for electric engine units at all. And then this is making bolts, and bolts will also end up in a place. This is currently only requesting iron? Yes. So this will request advanced castings and borax. Yeah, and this is exactly what I knew was going to happen. We will have to swing by, I think, the mall and all of these things like will get used in our mall. So, you know, plates and screws and all of these intermediates. So I'm not overly concerned about them. 0.2 borax a second and 0.065 advanced castings per second. So we will just do one of these. Down here, feeding into this. Yeah. I'm just going to do direct insertion. I know it's not necessarily the way to go, because we might want another factory. You know what? Fine. I'll put it on these on this side, and we'll put the belt in this direction. And that way, if I do decide I need a second assembler making whatever these are, stators, I'll be able to do so. And then casting unit right here, making copper cable. We'll have to bring in our fluids, which I don't have routed yet. And we will bring down that. Bop. And we will split that, and the other half will come across to here, where we're going to have one making bolts. And again, I should really... Maybe I want the bolt factory over here. And then I just rerun the bolt belt that I already just got rid of. Oh, awesome. We're already getting our first trains of these. So those are going to get ahead of how quickly I can build infrastructure, I'm sure. Like, does it make sense to do... something like... one on this side and one on this side? And then this one will make copper cable, and this will make bolts. And then we still got to run 3 pipes up here. All right, we got to convert this from an unfiltered to a filtered setup, which is fine. Molten copper. Molten iron. And hot air. Ta-da. So now we just gotta get this up here. Up here. Which is probably easier said than done the way this is all laid out currently, but we'll figure it out. It's just gonna be a little bit of spaghetti. Actually gonna go all the way out here with it, just to make a little bit more space to work. It is not all that space efficient. I don't really care about space efficiency in this base. I don't know if you've noticed. Space is free in this game. I know some people get joy out of building small, but like, the map is effectively infinite. Which one is this going to be? This is going to be copper. All right. And iron. Because I can run kind of right next to the copper. That should do the job, although we're full on electric engine units right now, so it's hard to actually say. Oh, no, we're not. We have none. You're blocked on rotors. Oh, we don't have rotors because we don't have... Oh, because we don't have shafts. Okay. So that'll be, once we get shafts switched over to casting, and hopefully they move a little more quickly, although our limitation on shafts has been antimony, so we will see what switching shafts over to the new method does. But I think this is right. Hard to tell, obviously, until it actually turns on, but... Oh, and I wanted to prod... Did I decide to prod every step on engines? I did. All right, let's get prod modules into all those before I leave. I'm blind. There we go. Nope. There we go. That should do it. This is waiting on, Excuse me? These pumps aren't pumping. They're attached. Wait, molten steel? Molten... How did we get molten steel in the molten iron pipe? Excuse me? Alright, so we gotta go up to the iron build and figure out what the heck went wrong there and how we got molten steel into molten iron, because that's bad. I'm hoping that was just like a quick pipe connection problem at one point when I was doing earlier modifications to that build, and that overall we do not have like steel and iron mixing together. There was probably just a little bit of steel in one of those pumps. It's almost certainly the situation. Where am I going? I'm going here? Is this my left? This is my left. Oh, over here. On this side. So yeah, I must have just accidentally gotten a little bit of molten steel into one of these pumps, because it's only like 60. Alright, we'll just void that and move on. You are on... Switch you back to automatic. Cool. Back to YAFC. Electric engine units, done. Small parts is going to be a chunk of rebuild. In mech parts, it's a rebuild of the whole shaft build. So that's cool. Tinned cable, zinc plate. It doesn't really matter where we start, does it? Like, all of these steps have to be done. Let's do... Oh, advanced small parts are way up in the corner. I think small parts and tinned cable are nearish to each other. So let's go over to that corner of the world, and let's get both of those builds upgraded. Alright, small parts here. We're gonna just turn off these requests. And yeah, this is gonna work through most of its backlog, almost certainly. Yeah, I'm gonna let this run through as much of this copper and iron as it can. And over here at the tinned cable build... Wow, I'm replacing... Really? It's really 6 machines? 1, 2, 3, 6 machines with prod modules. Made 9.9 a second. Alright. And we're switching over to one casting unit that makes 11.3 a second. Love it. Again, none of this. Oh, my inventory, my poor inventory. I'm gonna drop off some stuff here. Yeah, I'm gonna try to dump as much of my iron and copper that's in my inventory into this as possible. As we do this rebuild. Alright, down here we do have So I think I'm going to have to... Yeah, I'm going to have to do the same thing I did over at electric engine units, where I had to switch this over to taking in from... We had a station that brought in one fluid, and I needed to bring in multiples. Because for whatever reason, my design is not consistent, and I should really fix that. But we'll switch this over so that we can bring in the other fluids we need, because I don't think this uses that much nitrogen. We don't use that much tin chromium alloy, or whatever this is. Nichrome. Oh no! Did I not get rid of my requests? I did get rid of my requests, and the tin plate was already on the way. Okay. That's unfortunate. But we'll get advanced castings. We will get... What's the other thing we need? Borax. Maybe I'll just expand this out and bring in the molten metals separately from nitrogen. Because I think if nichrome really starts running at full capacity, like, it can be pulling trains through here. So I don't know if I want to share nichrome with tinned cable, especially since tinned cable is also a pretty high throughput item. All right, this is our output. Just going to come back up to small parts. I want to keep dropping off iron and copper here as and when I can. Because again, I'm just going to let this burn through as much of its remaining inventory as possible. So I'm not trying to carry thousands and thousands and thousands of plates. Oh, I realized these are all sorts of wrong. Well, not all sorts of wrong, just excess, borax here, and advanced castings here. And that's going to go into just a single casting unit, which is going to make the tinned cable. Yeah, and this has 3 fluids that need to come into it, which is such a pain. I guess we'll do like that, and like that. And then if I wanted to do a second one of these, it would just kind of go like that. Not that I think I need 2 of them. 2 of them would be serious. I mean, I could do 2 of them. This is probably all the tinned cable I'm going to need for the foreseeable future. If I do 2 of them, I may as well do 2 of them. No reason not to do 2 of them. And then up top here, like I said, I think I'm going to expand this out rather than building next to nitrogen or sharing the station with nichrome, the nitrogen station for nichrome. We're just going to build a whole new station here. That's going to be fluid drop-off here. This is hot air, copper, and tin. Same at this end. Copper. Molten tin. And hot air. And hot air. Cool. That, I mean, that should be it as soon as this gets all the trains that it needs. We got one dispatched for hot air, one dispatched for copper. I'm sure tin is a problem, and tin is gonna be a problem for a while. So we're not gonna worry too much about that, and we're gonna call... Whoop, we need our modules. I was gonna say we're gonna call this done. Not quite. Now it's done. How are small parts doing? Alright, well, we're pretty much out of iron, and now it's just copper, so... Yay, so much copper. Is there anything nearby that I can drop copper into? Not really, huh? I mean, I can just go over to copper and drop it in the output, but no, the copper output is full. Alright. You know what? Twitch says it's gonna be an ad in about a minute, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go up to the mall, and I am going to let the bots clear out my trash slots of all this copper, because I think, like, we have uses for copper plates in the mall, so they won't just end up clogging up storage. And then we will go back to, adding casting units to all of our builds. I think that's what we want to do. And I will see everyone in just a few minutes when we're back from the ad break. I do run just the one break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I appreciate everyone sticking around. I know ads are no fun, but get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we all come back together, we will, we'll keep going on this casting upgrade. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the ad, everyone. I appreciate it. We are in the process of... We just got advanced castings, although fuel production 2 is also almost done, and we're going to have to see what that gets us. But we're in the process of swapping a bunch of our random metal consumers over to cast versions that use molten metals. So we are running around the base, rebuilding a bunch of things as we go. And small parts is the next target. This is going to be so satisfying because all of these buildings down here, are going to get replaced with 3 casting units. 1, 2, 3. Copper cable, iron gear, and bolts. That's it. Everything else that was in this build, all of those machines are gone now. Oh, we can't prod that stage. Okay, but we can prod each of these stages. Oof. My poor inventory. So this needs to be requesting the standard advanced castings and borax that we need for all of our molten metal upgrades. And we don't need those in very large quantities, so I've just been doing 1 outserter of each. We have a stack size upgrade, or a hand size upgrade, I should say, at this point. So for the most part, 1 blue inserter is a lot. And then this is just got to kind of do like a little zigzag through this whole thing. I got to figure out how I want to route that. I think I want to get the hot air routed first, though. Yeah, let's do hot air first. All right, hot air. And then we're going to have also iron and copper that we need to route through this. But I think that's probably good enough that I can now run this like... You know what? If we just run this right along the outside, that's like good enough, right? We don't really have to do anything more than that. Because each of these only takes in, yeah, like 1 inserter's worth of stuff. How's this doing? This got copper. It's still waiting for the molten tin, and it's still waiting for... Oh, I didn't put... Lol. Alright, let's go finish the one that I thought was done. Because I missed inserters, as I almost always do. This is still waiting for molten tin, but yeah. That looks better. And do I have a spot? Oh, I do have a spot. I can squeeze in a fluid request station here. We're gonna have to move... Is this an ash output? This is an ash output, yeah. We'll move this. We'll figure out where that goes in a second. Hot air, molten iron, and molten copper. Here, let's move power a little bit. There we go. Then we can take this, like, up here. Yeah, that works. And then copper I will do next. Right there. And then iron, these guys kind of need to be connected together. Which we can do maybe something like this. And iron will come down. Like that. That should be everything. We just need to actually request all of our fluids here. And I'm fully expecting that setting up all of these builds is gonna drain a lot of our buffers of these things. But once the builds are built, you know, we should be more efficient overall, right? So I think that is small parts done. Let this request a few more trains. It's going to take a moment for this to run. This one is probably still waiting on tin. Yeah, how's tin doing? Is tin just always sad? Tin is just always sad. We did get a delivery of molten tin somewhere, but it probably went to... Yes, to solder, which is fine. We do need molten solder available soon. So yeah, our next delivery of tin might make it to tin to cable, or it might end up going to solder. I'm not really sure which. Doesn't really matter. A little bit of borax in there, some iron sticks that I need to find a use for. Alright, I think that is small parts done, though, so we're gonna close that one. What else is near where I'm at? I think we do lamps somewhere relatively nearby, so I want to check lamp. And then mechanical parts 1, we want to switch shafts over to being cast, and that's going to be a pretty big rebuild of that. But we are near mech parts, right? Yeah, mech parts are right over there. Bedtime for you. Thanks for hanging out. Good to see you. Have a good evening. Good sleep. Let's do the shaft rebuild. The great shaft rebuild. Ooh, these guys are actually running right now. That never happens. Oh, we got a load of iron nixlet antimony. Okay. Alright, so what are we no longer going to need? Our solid inputs are now advanced castings, small parts, and antimony oxide. Alright, so we still need the small parts. This was also still set to a low request threshold. Wow. That was from a long time ago. Antimony oxide and advanced castings. Do we have... We have a fluid thing. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. We will, we'll shuffle this. Alright, there's that part. And then this actually needs to be filtered to the fish oil. Here we're going to have hot air. Oh, we have actually 2 extra. Solder. Iron. Oh, wait, and molten nexilate? Shoot. Have I upgraded my nexilate build yet? No. Oh, okay. Oops. So that's going to have to be one of our next priorities. I'm going to finish this rebuild. Like, whatever. But it's not going to work. We're not going to have shafts until we get nexilate rebuilt. And it looks like... Oh, we had one more load of iron nexilate antimony special alloy. Okay. I'm going to throw solder back in here. Because these guys are going to go through. Need to finish up this iron nexilate antimony alloy. So yeah, molten nexilate is going to have to happen before this will actually, like, fully work, but we will get this, I wish I hadn't gotten that second load of the iron nexilate antimony special alloy. Oh, I didn't actually set my requests on this. Oops. Fish oil, molten nexolite, molten iron, molten solder, and hot air. Yeah, I did not process that this was molten nexolite when I was looking at it in YAFC. I just, like, skipped right over it. Uh-oh. Train is stuck because I'm an idiot. Hot air wasn't hooked up right. Oh, and there's another hot air train. Uh-oh. Alright, that's gonna be a little bit broken. I don't really know how to fix that right now. I guess I could hand deliver some shafts, and then it would pull some of the molten stuff through, but that's a lot of hot air. Yeah, and this is blocking this whole siding. I'm gonna have to just get some extra tanks to hold hot air. Or an extra tank to hold hot air, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna go down there while I'm waiting for these machines to finish using up all this iron nexolite antimony special alloy. I'm gonna go down there and, mess with that. See if we can get those trains to move. Should also have, I was going to say, a bunch more prod modules available. Alright, so what I want is... for now... switch that to 0. Put on this. Uh-oh, and we have the same problem with molten iron. Awesome. Alright, so this one we can flip back around, because iron is good. And then same with hot air, we can flip that around. And that'll just keep these full. And then when we fix the requests... this just won't ever have... yeah, we won't ever hit the threshold for a request. These will top up until they're empty, and then I can just delete these when the time is right. There we go. That is a little bit cleaner. And look at that. Pretty much a train load extra of this and 2 train loads extra of that, just as we just saw. Okay. That's fixed. And then this will run again when it starts getting shafts. Shafts are gated behind the shaft rebuild, and then also, as I was saying earlier, the Nexolite upgrade to Molten Nexolite, because that's got to happen. Is that even on my to-do list right now? No. None of this was on my to-do list for today. I went completely off the rails from the notes I left for myself last week. All right, these are going to start turning off shortly. We've got all of our fluids in except for the Molten Nexolite. All right, all of these are on the network. Good. We're just gonna clean this up at this point. I think it's advanced castings and the antimony oxide. All of this then feeds, what did I say? 4 casting units. Making shafts. Yeah, and we've got 2 fluids on this side, which is kind of what I was afraid of. I mean, it's fine. These have to be 3 apart because, yeah, we have to have a gap here between these 2 fluids as well. And then our inputs are just 2 of those guys. All of that gets mirrored. So that's like that part. Now we just need to figure out how to plumb all this up, which is gonna be not fun. Oh, really? I think that this is going to be a funky enough build. We're going to actually use... We're going to use the niobium pipes, at least for parts of it. Now, how do I mean, I guess the hot air just connects through like that. Honestly, same with the... Whoops, wrong pipes again. The muscle memory is real. Yeah. So that gets us, like, the hot air and the... whatever this input is. Iron. There's solder. And then the output. So all that is well and good. Now we just kind of have to figure out, like, all right, so the Nexolit's not actually hooked up to each other, nor is the solder, right? So, like, those need to come out. Figure out where all that goes in a second. So those are out to this side. I'd really like these to also be connected out here, so I have, like, all four things. So maybe we do that. Maybe we just do, like, that, and those are the wrong pipes again. And then we've got these guys down here, and these other ones here and here. Yeah, I don't hate that. And then we just kind of take it one thing at a time, right? So, hot air first. All the way down here. That was not hot air. Cool. Hot air. And then this input looks like molten iron. So let's get molten iron next. A little bit messy, but hooked up. Solder next. And then the molten Nexolite is the last one. And we obviously don't have that yet. Pardon me. But we will. I mean, soon TM, right? And that will be the molten Nexolite. Cool. So that's shafts done. Or at least as done as they get until we have Molten Exilate. No, I gotta put prod modules in. Come on, Brandon. Remember the prod modules. And I think that's that for these. Everything else here has sort of normal recipes. I'm kind of tempted to make this bigger. Like, only up to like 6 of them. Make half a shaft a second. More shafts, more better. And this casting recipe is, I think, way more efficient. So we kind of do like that, and then do like... that. And then we just need to pull hot air and iron over to here. Yeah. Cool. That should be... reasonable. Oh, nope, not quite. We gotta do... a little more hookup. For the solder, and the Nexilate is all one. Yes. Yes, those ones hook up through here, so we don't have to change anything. Alright, I think I'm happy with that. That gives us... This is 50% more per second than we had before, at least once we have Molten Nexilate for it. So I'm going to call that good enough. Where else do we have... Alright, if we look at YAFC, we've got 4 places left. Advanced small parts were 1. Zinc plate makes iron sticks on site, and I wanted to switch that over to castings. Lamps and air core inductors, but I don't really want to sit with shafts totally disabled. I mean, shafts have been broken for one reason or another basically my entire playthrough, but I do want to try to... fix this. Oh, I already designed upgraded Nexilate. We just... Oh, right! Sand! I remember why I didn't build this. Because it needs 30 freaking sand extractors. Interestingly, these sand extractors already have iron sticks here. Did I decide, when I was doing this, to to wait until I had advanced castings so I could do the sticks from... Surely I must have. That was... okay. Yeah, 36 of these scrubbers as well. This is an expensive build. Oh, when I was doing this, I don't like this. Let's get rid of that. The idea there was to, like, use the stone output to supplement the sand needed. But honestly, even if we output... yeah, it's exactly 30 sand extractors if we do it here. And if we go all the way up to a full belt of input, with that half a belt of sand out, 50 sand extractors. Oh, this is a huge freaking build if I want to get this up to this scale. And I think that's why I settled at 9. What's our capability right now? Unfortunately, I already changed it in YAFC, so I can't see. But we can math, right? We've got... wait, we have rate calculator installed, right? I did install rate calculator? Six Nexolite plates per second. Oh no, but we're actually not making enough to run 6 of these per second. Production 5 a second, consumption 6 a second. Okay, so we make 5 a second Nexolite plate right now. Okay. You can tell I don't use rate calculator that often. In that case, I mean, even at 9 a second, we're at a significant... we're not going to do that. We will use the sand from this. I think I chose 9 a second because... this keeps, like, certain intermediates at, like, half a belt of output and things like that. Yeah. It keeps everything a little more manageable. Alright, this is a big build, and this is, I think, unfortunately, just what we have to do next. Ugh, it's not really what I want to do right now. Let's keep working on the rest of the casting upgrades, so I can keep avoiding that. And then I might say that, because we're already 4 hours into this stream, I might say that rebuilding Nexolite is like the top priority for next time. Alright, let's go get advanced small parts set up and running here. This is just not going to run. I'm curious if small parts has started running. Oh, I missed a... shoot. I missed a pipe. Alright, I gotta go fix that. This is still waiting for tin. Iron Nexolite Antimony Special Alloy. I'm just going to drop right into the output here. But I think our biggest consumer of this was shafts. So we're going to be making a lot less of the special alloy now that we are doing shafts molten. Ooh, and we're almost out of small parts, so... Cool. That looks great. That is moving full speed. Yep. I think we expect all of these machines to back up at some point because they are all faster than the small parts assembler is. But yeah, that is molten small parts. All right, let's go do the same thing for advanced small parts. Which are way on the other side of the map. Small parts should be right around here somewhere. Yep. All right. So, yeah, we need sticks and bolts, and we don't want iron here anymore. All right. That'll be that part. This is going to need to request the advanced cast... Ooh, wait. How much stuff do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4... Ooh, we were already at 5 items, and now we're at 6, huh? Can I move one of those down to this? What's this requesting? 5 items. Really? Is it 11 things now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, 11 things now. Ugh, alright. I'm just going to drop down another station. I'm not going to mess with it. So that'll be the advanced castings. And the borax will just come in from here. And then I'll just bring a belt around. Just like that. And then I just need the fluids, which I probably also just don't want to mess with, because they're separate from whatever we've got from other things. That's not totally true. Hot air we can get. I will leach hot air off of the stainless steel build. And, I mean, honestly, I may as well just pull iron here as well. Molten iron. Oh, and I can also prod this. Save a little bit of rubber. I believe... Alright, we're just waiting for the advanced castings, which we have on a train. Yeah. The joys of overbuilding a build is that you get things quickly when you're turning on new builds. But these are going to still need molten iron before they turn on. Apparently we're missing glass? Oh, which I guess shouldn't surprise me because glass has been problematic. I'm hoping I fixed my fueling issues by turning glass into a, dropping efficiency modules all over my glass. But... yeah, it looks like, as always, we're having some minor pure sand issues. I mean, it's going. Seems like it's all running. We just don't have enough. Which, like, we've always known. But yeah, glass is still, a problem. Nothing is backed up, right? Which means we're so starved for glass in the rest of the base that anytime it runs, deliveries get sent places. So prodding this will help with the glass demand, but really glass is just a matter of waiting at this point, I think, since it's back on. Just waiting for it to finish catching up with the rest of demand. It was broken for a long time, and that is what happens. All right, down to where we're making circuits, and we will continue the process of adding casting units everywhere. With the air core inductor build. All right. Air core inductors. Basically, instead of bringing in copper here, we bring in whatever else. I'm actually going to drop all of my copper into this and let this run. I don't see anything else around here that takes copper immediately, so we'll see how much of this we can offload to this build. What about solder? Do we need solder anywhere around here? Can I offload the solder from my inventory? Copper plate has got to be used somewhere around here. There's got to be a place that we're using a bunch of copper plate. But I'm not really sure, so... oh, the substrate, right? Doesn't the substrate use copper plate as well? Yeah, the substrate uses copper plate as well. Okay. But anyway, this is not going to want copper plate anymore. This is going to want what we need for casting, which is the advanced castings. We've done this many times over the course of today. Borax. Drop a bunch of copper down here, just to keep my inventory a little less cluttered. Oh, because before this was... Yeah. Alright, now... I need to figure out the molten copper and the hot air for this, and I think I'm gonna do that right here. This is a fine spot for it. It's not a perfect spot for it, but it's a fine stop for it, and we're retrofitting, so... Oh, I'm out of 70 KL tanks. That doesn't happen often. Alright, I guess we're heading back up to the mall. Because we gotta grab those 70 KL tanks. We'll let the bots empty my inventory of all of these spare plates as well. Just to clean ourselves up a little bit. have so many automated factories from things that I've torn up so far today, which is also a great feeling. Alright, Twitch is telling me that it wants to run another ad. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I recommend getting some water, stretching your legs, taking care of yourselves as human beings. I'm going to get some water as well. And when we're back from the ad break, the bots should have finished refilling my inventory, and we will keep working on the casting upgrade. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I'm just doing a pass over the map, looking at everything we've built, making sure nothing looks like it's broken. We did finally get molten tin to tinned cable, so that's turning back on. This is hopefully way more tinned cable than we're gonna need. 2 of these casting units is a lot of tinned cable. You know, I could probably look into... I don't know. It might or might not make sense to do tinned cable on site in some places that need it. But for now, we will have a supply. We already looked at small parts, right? Those are running? Yeah, those are running well. Perfect. And then what else have we done? Shafts are going to be broken until we get Molten Nexolite. That's expected. Advanced small parts are waiting on glass, but these did both turn on. So bolts and sticks ran. Oh, engine units were the other things, but that's blocked on shafts. So again, as long as these both ran, and they did, I think we're going to be good until this can get a load of shafts and start running. So I think we can. What am I holding on to? Oh, retrovirus. Yeah, that was the project I started the day with and then got completely distracted from by finishing this casting research and deciding that that was my priority. I want to check something. If we look at the input to this, yeah, okay, we have lots of fuel again. So I think just getting efficiency modules all over our glass helped a lot with our, like, overall fuel demand. Which I'm glad to see. I'm a little concerned at how... I'm not seeing pure sand. But this is a busy area, right? And, like, glass was one of the first things I built, and the pure sand along with it. I say one of the first things, you know. This was the second line of sort of sub-factories, right, down here. This was the first, just south of the main base. So, this has turned into a really busy area through the center here, and glass is pretty high throughput and is pulling, like, pure sand right through the busy area into itself, back and forth. So I'm not surprised that we are having some throughput issues here on the pure sand, which is kind of slowing down us reaccumulating glassware. Yeah, petri dishes are going out. But again, also all the things that use all these glass materials have probably also been broken, so they're just now kind of catching up. But I'm gonna say liquid fuels we're fine on for now, because we solved a lot of our demand with efficiency modules, which is always a good way. Solving problems by making them go away is always good. All right, so this is gonna need molten copper and hot air. We'll use, nope, not those ones. We'll use the niobium pipes, because we have them, and they are, a lot longer than the regular pipes, and this is a long run. All right, that'll be hot air and copper. that should be that for those. All right, we'll have to look at that in a little bit, make sure it turns on, it gets its delivery of hot air and molten copper. But it should be good to go. Why is science stopped? It's probably stopped for one of the things that we know is a bottleneck, but like... Pi-Sci 1. This is almost certainly basic substrate. Oh, there we go, Petri dishes. We just got a delivery of them. Alright, that's not a surprise at all to see that glass has... Again, glass was broken for a long time and I didn't realize it, and we are dealing with the consequences of that. This is not the first time this has happened, and it'll take a while for all of the effects of that to finish working their way through the logistics. Alright, let's go do zinc. Zinc makes... somewhere... here. We're making... iron sticks on site for the zinc processing. So we want to stop doing that and start making... making them from casting. Especially at a molten metal processing plant where we already have half the things we need to do this, it doesn't really make sense not to do the conversion. Because, like, we already have hot air there, we already have borax, we just need to bring in the other casting material, the advanced castings, and the molten iron. Molten iron. Alright, we'll have to route that over here. This no longer requests iron, but it does need advanced castings. All of this goes away. All of this goes away. All of this goes away. There and here. Advanced castings. Making iron sticks. Then we just have to bring over the hot air and the molten iron down here. That is... pretty much it, I think. I mean, other than the fact that this is going to put the sticks on the other side, but I don't think I care. We're not using the other side of that belt for anything anywhere, right? No, it is just iron sticks right across. Of course, that is exactly the wrong spot. How about through here? And hot air. All right, that was easy, and that will make more than enough sticks. Throw a prod module in that because yeah, that only runs about a third of the time, so we may as well prod it. Wait, no, runs about 2/3 of the time. Either way, we prod it. Did I prod the one at air core inductors, or did I forget to do that? I forgot to do that. Okay. That is fine. We'll do that after, though, we do... We've got one other we can do on the way back to air core inductors. The last one, actually. This is the last thing that needs to be converted over to cast everything. And here it is. That's right. It's lamp. Ooh, okay. And this is going to take a little bit of refactoring. Because we do need 5 inputs now, because we still need copper plates for lamps, right? Yeah. So even though the cable is going to come in... yeah, that's what I thought. Hopefully I can make everything fit here. What do we need? 8 glass a second? Alright. Here. I mean, that's it, right? That's like 8 glass a second. That's half a belt. More than half a belt. And then half as much... yeah, I mean, okay, even if I double these. Just for funsies. And then for iron and copper here... am I only 1 tech away from casting lamps themselves? I didn't even realize that was possible. Quartz processing stage 3. Oh ho ho! I didn't even know this recipe existed. Okay, that's cool. Well, I'm already here. I'm already rebuilding it, so we'll rebuild it again later. That's a bigger rebuild than just swapping out this part, so I will do this, and a bigger rebuild like that I will save for a different time. Ah! Alright, one train got dispatched. It wants to bring borax. Alright. That tree really screwed me up. Now, alright. Now it shows the glass and the advanced castings. Which is fine. Yeah, 12 a second. A little more than half of one of these. 12 a second will fit on one side of a belt with stacking. Yes. All right, now I just need to figure out where am I bringing in the hot air and the molten copper? Because I didn't really plan for that part. I usually kind of assume I can find a spot nearby when I do these refactors. Yeah, we'll do it here. This is fine. This is low traffic to the rock food. And I expect this to be low traffic to lamps anyway. Let's go down a little further west so we miss, yeah. And which one is this? This is hot air, all right. Down here, hot air. And copper. That looks good. I mean, other than not getting glass, which, whatever. Oops, I switched to this belt. You know, these use the same amount of copper and iron, so this will probably just work out. Feels bad to leave it like that, but I think it'll be fine. I don't want to mess with it. And up here, yeah, we're just waiting for molten copper delivery. That's hot air. It would not surprise me if copper is finally starting to be a little bit sad. We may have finally pushed it to its limit. Oh no, we have lots of copper. Oh, I know. Default train limit. That should get at least one train dispatched to pick up molten copper. I should confirm. Like all these molten stations have, yeah, train limits of at least 2 for all of my molten. Now that I'm doing a lot more on molten. Flue gas, steel, right, the moltens are down here. And I think that's it for everything that we're pulling molten from right now. We're not doing zinc. For whatever reason, nothing that used zinc came up in advanced castings. Alright, that looks good. That should get its copper soon. And lamps won't turn on anyway because we don't have glass. I mean, this is going as fast as it can here, so we'll keep sending the pure sand to glass whenever we can. I think I have something else that uses pure sand now, so glass being so behind and probably not getting all the pure sand is bad. Alright, what was I fixing over here? Oh, prod module. Did I put that in over here at lamps, or did I forget it there too? I did put it in. Okay. Alright, I'm pretty sure I prodded all of these, like I said I was going to. I want to swing down to... yeah, right around here somewhere. Down to mech parts 2, and I want to grab... where's the little factory I built? This one. Yeah, I knew there would be a few more prod modules in there. Okay, let's get organized for Thursday. First things first, upgrade Nexalit. Very first thing has to happen. I'm even going to put a note. Cast shafts are blocked on molten Nex available. After that, I guess we go back to what I was working on before, which means we want a sugar build. We want the pluripotent stem cells. And then we want to start... whoops. Come on, Brennan. Printing brains. And all of those are in, like, opposite order, because... Yes. Right, I didn't do the sugar build already, right? I just thought about it. I did the xenogenic cells. We have wax, which is for casts. Yeah, I think I started working on this, and then I got distracted. I think I decided that these tanks could hold a lot, and we probably wouldn't fill them up immediately, and I could take the time to work on the casting upgrades and then come back. And it appears like we've basically filled up these tanks. So, this is going to stop working as a meat sink very soon, if I'm not careful. So we do need to finish getting the rest of that, like, meat to brains processing going. But for now, like, it has definitely succeeded in reducing my ridiculous meat buffer. That's a pair of words that do not sound good together. And, yeah, the rest of that is still sitting here in the Printing Brains tab because this is just kind of a work tab, right, separate from the other things. We're going to need sugar. How many tufras are we actually making? I know I said that I make a huge number of tufras, but, like, is that actually true? No, it's not. We make 1.5 tufras a second. And we're making a lot more tufras than we need, but, like, this sugar will not run at full speed. Which I think is fine. This is way more sugar than we need. For brain printing, I said we need 0.2, and this is making 2. This is 10 times our sugar need. But it's ratioed, basically. I mean, I guess I could say this. Do this build, which only uses 1 pulp mill and 1 mixer, instead of scaling it to the evaporator. Sure. We'll do this when we build it. But yeah, Nexilate plate first, because this is going to be blocking other things. Let's make sure that we have sand extractors in the mall. We do not. Do I not have these researched yet? Wait. Okay. So I have next 2, but I need to use other ways to make sand to actually do next 2 until I get sand extractors. Ew, okay. We may revisit this then. Because I think if we want... Shoot, okay. I probably already went through this whole process last week, and I'm sorry I'm going through it again. This is what happens when I only play once a week. I completely forget what I was doing. It is only 2 techs. It's drilling fluid and then excavation. So, like, sure. Maybe we just up the priorities on those to get sand extractors. It's not a terrible craft, like, when we're done. Drilling fluid stage 2, sand, guar, copper ore, water. Interesting. This is also worth doing as soon as we research it, because we'll want to switch to any new mines we do with drilling fluid 2, because we'll get better yields. Alright, well, I guess we're going to keep kicking desulfurization can down the road. We're going to queue up these. But that's a lot of research to do before we can do Nexilate, so we may end up doing mean... Unlink sand. There we go. So yeah, if we do stone to gravel and gravel to sand, we link these and we say no. How do I... What I want is like an allow overconsumption checkbox that will let it pull in the excess as input. I don't know how to do that. If we get rid of the nexolite there, sure. We bring in stone. We bring in like a whole belt a second of stone. Yeah, we barely move the needle. Although I guess we can bring in sand. Unlink an item to allow... I don't want underconsumption, I want overconsumption. I want it to be able to say, like, in addition to the stone you have here, bring in another 30. I don't think it can do that. Or maybe I do. Maybe I just need to unlink it. Is that what I need to do? Raw, nexolite. Does this work? Yeah, okay, there we go. That is it. You just unlink it. Okay. So yeah, this would be like 100 stone a second if we wanted to run this off of stone, although maybe what we do is we just say bring in extra sand, at least temporarily, right? Temporarily, we set up a station. It's going to be dumping as much sand into this as we can. It won't run full speed until we get sand extractors. You know, even with stack inserters, we can get at most 45 sand a second on a belt, and we're not running that. But like as much sand as we can pull into this, just to get it running. And then afterwards, we supplement with, or we replace with the sand extractor when we have the tech. Because I think if we don't have nexolite running at all, I'm going to be sad. And I'm definitely going to be sad if we don't have shafts. Because mech parts are going to become a problem. So I think this is what we want to do. Because we should have, I hope, yeah, we have sand. We have sand available. This should really have stack inserters on it, but it doesn't, so that's going to be a problem. But, like, we should be able to get a couple of, at least one belt of sand a second through. Maybe two. And that'll be, hopefully good enough. Alright. Cool. I think we're gonna call it here for tonight. Like, getting all the casting stuff rebuilt is good progress in my book. We'll be back on Thursday. We haven't had a Thursday stream for a couple weeks, between the holiday and some other stuff, but it is still on the calendar. So we will be back on Thursday, and we will get the nexolite rebuild done, and then that should be what we need to turn shafts back on here, just the molten nexolite. And it'll also get our Nexalite production quite a bit faster, which is also good. And then whatever else is on this to-do list. I've got brains, I've got apparently stuff blocked on olefins, which are almost certainly still blocked on olefins. Because I still don't have a use for them. So those will be the bottlenecks we tackle in a couple of days. Thanks everybody for watching. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and you want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I stream Pi every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, thanks again, everyone, and I will see you next time.